So good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Sebring International Raceway for the round 1 of the NRSA Endurance Series. Just qualifying getting underway now, 15 minutes. Let's see how we go here. I'm not sure how many cars we have in each class at the moment. Looking at so far, we have 4 prototypes with 11 GTEs. There we go, the next one to come across the line, Michael Mooney in the 86. See what kind of time. Oop, there. Mooney goes third, Old Guy Racing third place overall at the moment. Next up we have Ben in the Corvette coming across the line. So here we are, we're just wrapping up the qualifying. Checker flag is out. Looks like we have 4 cars on track, just finishing up lap times. Don't think the 25 of Juan Torres is going to be able to put a lap in. Time lap, let's check on the 77. He's aboard his last lap. Next up, let's check with the car 5. Last car on track, Ralph Connor Jr. for the Coyote Simsport Racing Team. Come down that last runway into that final hairpin corner. Bumpier than all heck, just one of the hardest corners in racing. And across the line, 2:03, stays third place. Let's take a look at the grid here for the race. So we have our 4 LMP2s starting up in the first 2 rows. The first place of Calvin Dent in the 193 for Boring Cars Racing. Second place is the 77 from Eason Tech Endurance, the driver Peter Short. Followed by third place, the car 14. Looks like that's another Boring Cars team. Andy Fox. And coming rounding out the top 4 is the 194 of Boring Cars as well, with Jack Werrell. Then we hop into our next class, the GTEs. We got Morgan Butler in the Boring Cars Racing number 1, followed by William Edwards in the S2R in number 11. Then you have Ralph Connor Jr. in the Coyote Simsport Racing Team, the car number 5. Ron Gaiovo in the 86 Old Guy Racing Team. Then you got Ben Mashburn, the Pioneer Race Team, the car number 2. And Juan Torres, the Elvis Tech Racing. And then we have the car 69 EOL Racing and Divine Racing, David Visser. Then we have Jonathan Poulette in the 555, the Jonathan Poulette team. Let's go down the grid here. And we finish out so then we have Nicholas Knowles in the Corvette iRacing team, number 13. Steve Grananga in the, I think it says Carring, car 59. David Quassard in the Daniel Quassard, car number 6. And last in the field, Jamie Willits in the Loud Pedal 15. This race will be 4 hours long. Multiple drivers per team. Let's see how they go. In this race we do have a split start, so you'll see the LMP2 cars go off first, then with the GTEs hanging back with a second start following after. This allows them to have more room in turn 1. You don't want that with too many different kind of cars going through the 2 different corners at the same time. So there is a total of 12 cars in this race for the first race of the season. This is a 6-round series. We'll go through the schedule later on in the broadcast.
green flag, green flag.
There we are, green flag. It's out for the LMP2s going down into turn 1. And you see behind there the GTEs are on their way as well. Oh, we already have the 194 off into the grass. So yeah, able to keep it under control and back on track. No harm, no foul. We have Juan Carlos diving on the inside of William Edwards going to the last corner. William Edwards coming back down the front stretch. Just looking on my thing here, it looks like, yeah, David Visser had an accident. Let's check it out. Oh, it looks like he's more than one accident. Missing the front end of that car on that one. Kind of reminiscent of the Batmobile at that point. Oh, just probably a bent tie rod or something on that car. Hopefully he can get it fixed and back out there with not too much time. Oh, we have Juan Carlos pulling off. If he has an issue. Let's go check back up with our leader of the race. We have Calvin Dent in the boring cars, 193. Has a comfortable 2.2 gap over second place, 9.6 over third, and 13 seconds over fourth place at the moment. Just kind of out there cruising. Now just jumping back to the GTE cars, we have Morgan Butler in the number one Corvette for Boring Cars Racing, out to a 12-second lead. But things are starting to get a little interesting for second place here. We have Ron Gaivo looks like being caught by Ralph Connor in the Coyote Simsport Racing BMW car number, I believe he's car number 5. So he's just ever so slightly catching him by a few tenths a lap at the moment. As you can see here, comparing the last 5 laps, looks like Ralph's had 2 bad laps, but when he's keeping it clean, it looks like he's catching anywhere from 3/10 to 6/10 a lap. Just once he gets set in that rhythm, I think Ron's gonna have to worry about that. Taking a look, it looks like we had another incident for Ben Mashburn. Let's take a look. Looks like the LMP's come up. Oh, it just looks like he caught a tire in the dirt a little bit and got all out of control. Oh, a little bit of net code on that one. Turned around. A little unfortunate for him on that one. Looks like the prototype was about a foot away, but due to that net code with iRacing, turns them around. And with that accident, with that incident, looks like Ben Mashburn's in the pit lane, probably come in for some repairs. Looks like Ralph has caught Ron down the front stretch. See if he's gonna pop that nose out. Oh no, it looks like he's gonna fall him through turn one. It is quite a hard turn to pass on with all those bumps. Really likes to upset the car. If you get it wrong, you can take two of you out in one corner. Oh, we had some contact from. Looks like Ralph got into the back of Ron coming into that corner. Not sure if Ralph just broke himself or what happened on that one, but it looks like doesn't look like too much damage on Ron's car. Check out the front. Doesn't look too much damage on that. Hopefully get out all right. Unfortunately, that lets Bill Edwards jump up to second from fourth. See if there's any penalties laid down on that one. And in that, there we all saw on track we had the number 194 have an accident. Let's see what happened. He was running third at the time in the LMP2 class. Oh, clipped the wall down the front stretch. It's like broke something and just had no steering or brakes coming into the end of that turn one. Now he's in the pit lane. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to get him back on track. Let's take a look at our leader, see how he's doing. He looks like he's coming through the GTEs right now. Yeah, we just had to pass David Visser, was off, just running wide on that last corner. Looks like everyone got by him clean. Looks like Ralph might have a penalty. Let's see if it's just a drive-through for him. For that contact going into that turn that took out Ron. Yes, it does look like it. Ralph serving a drive-through penalty for the incident between him and Ron and car 86. So if Ralph gets back on track, hopefully he could get set back in a rhythm, don't have many more mistakes, and try to make up some time now. Oh, it looks like car 194 has left the race. I think the damage is too much, so that car is out, and we have 3 cars left in LMP2 class for this race. Looks like we've kind of have a bit of a rhythm going on right now. Everyone's kind of nicely spaced out on track. So we'll kind of just go through the field and see where everyone's doing, get a little up to date. So as you can see, we have Calvin Dent in the 193 in the boring cars racing. LMP2 out in the lead. He currently has a 5.3 second gap on second place. You'll see here the 77 as the Essentech Endurance, currently driven by Peter Short. And then got a little 32 seconds back, we have Andy Fox in the 14, and then in the boring cars, usually 195, but today's the 14. Well, that's the top three, and only 3 running LMP2 cars at the moment. And we jump to our GTE class, where we have the leader in the Corvette, the boring cars, number 1. Current driver in the car is Morgan Butler. Second place in the Ferrari, we have the car number 11 for S2R Racing. I think it's second to last racing, with William Edwards. Third place in class, we have Old Guy Racing in the BMW Car 86. Currently in the car is Ron Gaio. One day I'll get his last name correct. Then we have, next up we have in 4th place in class, the number 5, the Coyote Simsport Racing Team with Ralph Connor Jr. Then unfortunately we have Jack. The next one would have been Jack Guerra, who's out of the race at the moment. And we have David Visser in the 69 Corvette and Nigel Irvine in the number 2 Corvette, both in the pit lane. I've had some incidents. The number 2 is also driven by Ben Mashburn, who has crashed a couple times, so they're probably in for some length repairs. Hopefully they get back out soon. Looks like maybe some strategy going on here with Ron coming in kind of early, I think. 23 minutes, surely has plenty of fuel in the tank. Must be a strategy call or something's up with his equipment. We'll see where he comes back out. I was say, for anyone here who's fans of the number 2 Corvette, it looks like they've been able to finish their repairs. They come back out. They are unfortunately 7 laps down for the Pioneer race team, but still a long way to go. Some bad luck with some other drivers put them back into contention. And on that one, we did have a driver change. Now Nigel Irvine is in the car. I believe Ben Mashburn was in there previously. Saw a big gain in time, looks like a few laps ago. Peter was slow, but looks like Peter has been catching up the last few laps. Probably would run a lap car on lap 11, cost him 2 seconds, made up 2 tenths, pretty much even, then made up 4 tenths, and made up 6 tenths. Looks like Peter's making a charge to try to go to the lead. Just gets underneath the BMW of Ralph Connor. Nice and clean. Let's see if that. Don't think that cost him too much time on his charge trying to take back the lead. Looks like the car 69 was able to be repaired. David Visser's back out. Looks like he's 9 laps back from the leader in GTEs. Car's still a little banged up, but glad to see him back out there and running. Hopefully he gets in a rhythm and finishes. It's a nice finish to the race. And the gap first is coming down quite a bit. Now it's up down to 3 seconds. Peter Short has cut off another About second, I think, 1.2 seconds. Oh, it looks like he got lost about 0.3 of a second there, getting around Bill Edwards in the Ferrari. Let's take a look now at the Morgan Butler car number 1, leading the GTE class. A nice fancy slick back black paint scheme on the car. Looks like Morgan has had just been able to get in a nice rhythm and has now pulled out a 41-second gap to second place. Just at this point, if they just keep cruising, they have to cruise for another 3.5 hours and take home the victory in that one. Showing an alert here is saying that Ron had crashed. I just saw him being overtaken by leaders. Let's take a look, see what happened. Looks fine. Oh, just looks like the back end snapped around on him. Just went for a small little lazy loop. Didn't hit anything. Might have put a bit of flat spot on the tires, but comes out unscathed. Shouldn't have lost too much time on that one. He does have a little bit of front damage there in the front of the car. Not sure what that's from. So we have Andy Fox coming into the pit lane. I'm not exactly sure how long you can run on fuel with these cars. Could be a bit of strategy, trying to get off strategy from these leaders. Doesn't look like he has the full pace of them today, but make some changes, hopefully get better. Ooh, it's close with the number 2 in the 193 coming through the S's. Could have almost taken out the leader on that one. The leader was a little impatient. Still, almost just over 3 hours, 25 minutes to go. Could be a little more patient at the beginning of this race. Ooh, now I'm showing that something's happened with the car number 1 in the GTE car. Oh, and now we have our leader entering the pit lane. Looks like it is there. The first 2 cars are coming in. Looks like it is the pit time for those LMP2s. But let's take a look at the number 1 and see what happened. Oh, sorry, this was the number 2. Different one. Looks like they just went for a lazy spin. Kind of nudged it into the wall. And they're back going. This is the Morgan Butler one. coming down the final same corner. Or the same thing, just the bump. Yeah, it looks like caught out by the bumps. Oh, stopped at the nick of time. No damage to the car. Don't think too much of a flat spot. Back going again. Morgan had plenty of time to keep that one going and make sure they don't lose too much time. Oh, and we have a driver change. In the 193, looks like Liam Silkstone has hopped in the car. Due to that, looks like we have a new leader in the Ensign Tech Endurance car. Peter Short has taken over the lead. As it is quite a long pit stop for the car 193. They've just exited the pit now. That was a pretty long pit stop. Looks like a minute 43, so it's 40 seconds slower than Peter Short. And then you can see that on track. Peter Short is out to, it looks like almost a half a track lead now due to that 40 seconds. So just thinking about that 40 seconds in pit stop time is probably, I don't think car 77 took tires. Double stint in tires. We'll see how it runs, see if he loses any pace by the end of the stint and if it works out for him. Like we're showing another incident for Morgan Butler. Let's take a look. It's got past by the LMP2 car. Wonder if it, oh, there we go. Just hopped on the power a little too quickly. Another little lazy spin, but no harm, no fouls. Back going again. Still looks like Morgan has a 26-second lead. It has come down from 40 seconds. Morgan has had a few mistakes. Hopefully that team solves that issue and gets back in a rhythm and can continue their lead in this race. So we now have car 1, Butler's in the pits. Wonder if the tires will stop for two little spins. Wonder if the tires have kind of worn out, come in for some new rubber, take a breather, fill it back up with some fuel, and get it back out there, get back on track. So we're gonna hop back, see. I've seen the gap for second place in LMP2 starting to come down. It's down to 3 seconds. As you can see the Liam or the car 193 in front of Andy here. Showing a crash for Peter. Let's see what happened. Oh, they'll show him one for Ron. I wonder if they kind of touched going through turn 1 coming down here. Oh. Oh, hopefully that's not too much damage. Looks like Ron. Let's take a look at it from Ron's point of view. Coming down into turn 1. Wonder if the back end just hits a bump. Yeah, oh, just took it a little too tight. Oh, really stuck it on the wall there. There's going to be a lot of damage on that car. Let's take a look at Peter's. Doesn't look like there's too much damage on the car, if any. Kind of went straight onto the wall, slowed down pretty good. Hopefully it didn't damage anything. But I do think Ron and the old guy racing is going to be in the pits for a decent amount of time for that repair. So we'll jump back with the 14 though, as we said. Let's see if we can bring a lap counter up here. Yeah, it looks like we had the 2 laps for the pit stop, but ever since that pit stop, we have lap 22 down 0.6, and then lost another. Andy Fox gained another 1.2 seconds in lap 23. Let's see what it is at the end of this lap. It does kind of help, but when you start seeing the driver in front, it makes you give you a little extra energy to push a little bit harder to try to catch the car in front to see if you just get that little bit more of a step. Try to get there a little bit quicker. And pretty much you can see your target, time to go get it. Let's see what the times comes up. Oh, gained another 0.6 of a second on that lap. Just taking a look at it, it still has Morgan Butler in the car 1 that was leading the GTE field is still in the pit lane. Didn't think they hit anything too hard. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with them. That promotes Bill Edwards in the Ferrari. That very bright car into the lead. Car number 11, the Ferrari, has gained 7 spots so far in class. Started right near the back for S2R Racing. Or sorry, it's S2R, the racing Just putting in the time, being patient, staying out of accidents. He has now inherited the lead. we get back to the fight for second place in LMP2. Looks like it's got really close. Rolled right on the bumper the moment, and it's lost a little bit of time in that one corner. It's a chopper cam and kind of see this battle from above. So Andy Fox did the easy part of catching Liam Silkstrom. Now he's got the hard part of just being able to finish it and complete the pass. Tried one time, lost some time. See if he can make that time back up and go for his second attempt. This race has been hard on these cars. We're only 50 minutes into this race, and at this moment, we have 2 cars out, and then we have 3 in the pit lane already that are in for some big repairs. I'm not sure what's going on with the number 1. The 86 we saw with Ron getting a little caught up in turn 1. Not sure how long it's going to take for them to repair that one. And we also have the EOL, end of line racing. I believe that one. Who do we have on that one? It's David Visser in the 69 end of line racing team. They are in the pit lane. I think they have had a few incidents this race. And we have the number 2. Looks like they're involved in another incident. Stay on board at the 14 for the gyro cam. See if we can see a nice pass on board. You see with these cars, there's not a whole lot of room inside there. That windshield is not very big. And you're sitting quite low to the ground. We're actually at a bit of a higher angle. We're sitting more on the roll bar behind the driver. From what they see, a little bit lower down, and you only pretty much see your tires how they sit in these things. I just want to jump out there. It looks like Liam Silkstrom in the 193 got a little wide going into that corner, ran it off the track, had to slow it down, and due to that, the 14 has been able to get by nice and easy to take over second place overall in the race. Oh, and just like that, the way the fortunes work, got a little excited that he did coming off that last corner, little power slide. Not the fastest way around the corner, as you can see, and the 193 was able to get back by. And the battle continues. Like this battle's coming up on the 11 GTE car of Bill Edwards. Let's see if the 193 is able to get past clean, or if he gets held up and costs on the position. Some good sportsmanship there by Bill Edwards, just pulling down to the inside lane, come off the last corner, letting both these guys go by to continue their battle. Good job there, Bill. I'm going to pop off this battle for a quick moment just to see. Looks like the car number 1, the old leader from the GTE class, coming back on the track. Unfortunately, now they're oh, you can see it looks like they got an accident somewhere. We must have missed it. And yeah, cost them 6 laps for repairs. Morgan is out of the car. Now we have Josh Rayfield in that car. Now back to this LMP2 battle. I say these cars are a handful to drive in clean air. As you can see, the 14 getting a little sideways coming out of that corner. They have a lot of downforce, a lot of grip, a lot of power, but you can so easily step over that line and you can go from bad to worse very quickly. looks like we have a leader in the GTEs pitted. William Edwards entered the pits, coming in, I believe that's for a scheduled time. And probably see if he has tire fuel, see if we do a driver change on that. And we also have car 86, the old guy racing team. That incident with Ron down in turn 1, they have now came back onto the pit, come back onto the track. Looks like it was saying about 36 minutes in repairs. Not sure if it's been that long. No, I'm not sure. I think it was that long. I might be a little off on that one. And yeah, it looks like Paul Allen is now in car number 11, and the S2R car taking over from Bill Edwards from the lead and promoted into the lead in GT. Right now we have Ralph Connor Jr. in the Keyot SimSport Racing BMW car number 5. Let's see, he shouldn't be able to go much longer on fuel. He did have that stop and go for in the pits, but yeah, he should be coming in the pits any time now. And the car we have left in the pit lane with repairs of the car 69 Corvette with they've been in there for quite a while. They've had a lot of damage on the car. Hopefully they could get back out soon and finish this race. Saying that, car number 1, Josh Rayfield, just set fast lap in the GTE class with a 1:57.91. That car is flying after those repairs. Well, and as I said, that looks like Ralph has entered the pit lane. Going for fuel. I'm not sure if he'll take tires. We'll see how long he's in the pit lane for. But we're still watching this fantastic battle between the 14 and the 193. He's going at it. Nice clean driving. Probably being a little conservative due to the fact we're only 1 hour into this race, 3 hours to go. Don't need to wreck any of the equipment right now. Just some good, hard, clean racing, which we always like to see. And now we have car 5 coming out of the pit lane. Ralph is staying in the car. Due to the length of the pit stop, pit stop was only 39 seconds compared to Paul Allen in the 11 at minute 1. I think that the Ferrari probably did tires, fuel, and driver change, whereas Ralph just put fuel in the car and sent her back out. So probably should be about the same 4 tires he's had on, so it looks like they're double stint in tires. Saying that with pit stops, we got the GTEs could go about an hour. Looks like the LMP2 cars go about 20 laps, and they're doing about a minute. How fast are they going per lap here? That's a 1:47, so you're looking at 20 times that, about 40 minutes per stint. 35 to 40 minutes. like coming down to the end of this stint here, looks like the 193 is able to pull out a bit of a gap, back up to about 2 seconds on the 14 car. Maybe he's coming in for our pit stop. The last pit stop for this car was lap 20, and they're going on lap 36, so it should be another 4 laps. And the car 14, their last stop was lap 19. Should mean they should only have enough fuel for another about 2 or 3 laps. Let's look at them going around the 86 of the racing team. With Mike Mooney now in the car. Oh. Like this spread out a bit, and you could see the advantage you get by double stinting tires when on the 5 here. The 5 went in going, I believe he was about 10 seconds behind the 11 going into that last set of pit stops. Or we believe that Ralph only took fuel. It's double stinting those tires with Paul Allen and Bill Edwards in the 11 when they did the driver swap. I believe they did tires. Doing tires and a driver swap, they went from the lead by about 10-15 seconds, if I remember correctly, to going down now down by 23 seconds. It shows if your car's got a setup underneath you, you can keep the tires underneath you for 2 stints. You could save a lot of time in the pit lane, which equals a lot of time on track. We're expecting the LMP2 car to come in any lap now. Given their last time they came in, did about 19 laps for the 14, 20 for the other 2 cars. That would put it about this lap or next lap for the 14 and maybe 2 laps for the 193 and the 77. 77 is doing quite well. As I believe they were about 40 seconds quicker last time, so I believe they didn't take tires, which put them out to a nice big lead. About at this moment, 1:21 to second place. I'm pretty sure they're going to need to grab tires this next pit stop. Those tires on that car, those Michelins, I believe. Those Michelins on those things are probably screaming right now just to get changed off and get a brake, get a new set on there. Oh, and the number 1 Corvette after that incident has made back 1 lap already with Josh Rayfield. He's just flying, set a new fast lap for the GTEs at 1:57.88. That is, if you look at the times we have, the next fastest lap in the GTEs is 1:59.91. 2 seconds faster, and that was set by Bill Edwards in the 11. But as you could tell, you could be really fast in these cars. But if you end up with an accident or something, you can cost yourself a lot of time. Now, car 1, fastest car on track by 2 seconds a lap almost. But 5 laps down due to an accident on track. Still 2 hours 50 minutes to go. It is doable to make it back up, hopefully for their sake, but it's going to be a long road ahead for them. Oh, these cars are getting a little bit twitchy. I believe the 193 took tires, so you should be fine. The 14, I'm not totally sure, but if we can see the last pit time for them. Quick pit stop for 14 last time. So I believe they just did fuel, so that their tires, they double stinted tires. Oh, we have the 193 off again in that same spot. They lost the spot last time. Look, lost the momentum coming that corner. The 14 kind of got stuck up behind them, but might have didn't. He had to back it down, lost the momentum, and now he's going to try to take that on the outside. Risky move on this corner, very, very bumpy. Oh, nice stay out. Looks like they must be quite late on fuel, unless they're all tricking me. They all came in early and cut off schedule. But it is a fantastic battle between the 14 and the 193 right now. Right on the rear bumper, coming down into 17. Looks like the 14 is going to be able to go. Wow, the 193 just drove it deep into that corner to keep that position. And there we go, 14 is peeling off into the pit lane. Did 21 laps on that last stint. Beat his other stint by 2 laps. That's got to mean these other 2 LMPs, our prototype, should be coming in this lap. Actually, scratch it. Peter is already coming into the pit lane. Oh, he just came into the pit lane. Yeah, so we have first and third in the race in the pit lane at the moment, coming in for the regular short pit stops. Kind of see what kind of times they pull. Oh, the 11 got a little wide with the prototype going up. Probably just looking in the mirror a little bit. Oh, we have a driver change for the 77. It looks like Peter Short is coming out of the car, and we have Race Clark. I think it's here, not Race Clark. Someone correct me if I'm incorrect. Hopping into the 77. So most likely they have now doing fuel, tires, and get them for another. They'll be good for another 20 laps. And Andy Fox left the pits. Pit time of 52 seconds. 52.43 seconds. Really believe this. Yeah, and then we have a Race Clark coming out of the pits. Their pit stop at a 56.28. Looks like they're pretty close on to the other one. Then we have Liam coming into the pits. Let's hop on board. Oh, check out the 14. See where he's gonna be coming. He's coming around about halfway around the track. See where Liam comes out. We'll tell by the pit stop time to see if they take tires or just fuel. Like Liam's still in the pits. I wonder if they're grabbing tires again. I wonder if their car doesn't work. When they work well enough to save the tires for the 2 stints. It looks like he's coming out of the pits now. It's just in turn 1. Coming out of 1. And yeah, the 14's now going through 1 now. Comes out, was able to make up about 6 seconds. Their pit stop time was a 49.47 seconds, and I see on my thing here, it looks like there's an incident with our leader and the GTEs. Looks like we have Ralph Connor has crashed. Let's see what happened. Looks like it's coming down on the turn 17. Gets really wide coming in, and it's just just got a little wide. Didn't get it slowed down enough. Hopefully there's not too much damage, and he gets back out there and keeps it going. Did have a big lead. Let's see where he's at now. He's still got 28 seconds on second place, so as long as there's not too much damage on that car, he'll be able to just keep her running and go. I wonder if that has anything to do with him double stinting tires. That was quite early into the second stint, only 17 minutes into it, but let's see if they're able to keep that car under control. And we see behind there we have the number 1 catching up to the number 5. The number 1 is the fastest GTE car we have on track, with Josh Rayfield. They're putting in a lot of good times, usually about 1 to 2 seconds quicker a lap, but being 5 laps down. Might be after this lap or the next lap. They'll be only 4 laps down, and see if they can make it back to the lead lap by the end of this race. And looks like there's magnets between these 2 cars, the 193 and the 14. Just, every time we look at them, they're back together, have another nice battle. So each came in, the 14 was in lap 39, so these guys just work out how many more times. They probably have another good, about 4 pit stops left in this race. Oh, something's happened with the 193. Just slowed down, missed a gear or something, most likely. Allowed the 14 to get by. Just kind of slowed down coming into that corner, or coming out of that corner. Oh, no, I wonder if don't know what's happening with the 193. Maybe some equipment issues, a wheel or a pedal. Maybe the pedals have shifted, or it's very uncharacteristic from that car. Don't think they had any damage on it before. Doesn't look like they hit anything now. They've lost a lot of time due to this. Looks like 11 seconds they've lost. And whatever happened there. We'll watch him for a few more corners and see if anything, if it was just a momentary glitch or if there's something wrong with the 193. Oh, 193 is getting a little, I think you're pushing a little too hard now. Trying to make up for those mistakes and in turn making more mistakes, costing them more time. They just have to settle down, take a breather, get back in a rhythm, and get back at it. They're just as fast, if not faster than the 14 when they're really on it. It could be just an issue of cold tires, now warmed up. They just gotta put their head down and try to make up that time. Like we have, I see the 86. Oh, the 11 is stopped on track. Let's check out the 11. They are cutting some grass. Not sure what's happened with the 11. Oh, they just went off again. 11's having some issues now. It's 2 times off now. Wonder if there's dirty tires. Oh, I think it was a brake issue. Probably brake the brakes moving or something out on their pedals, because you can see them testing the brakes before coming back on track. Hopefully they get that sorted. They're running second in class at the moment. Oh, don't want to see them have any bad luck on their part. Ooh, the 77 zips by. And when we're there, we see the 86 had an accident too. Let's go back and check that one out. Michael Mooney. Oh, there we go. Just dropped a tire into the dirt, and unfortunately for that, just loops the car around, and they've had some bad luck this race after being gathered up by the turn 1 wall. Hopefully that not too much damage. They get back going again. Oop. Sorry about that, clicked the wrong button. Let's check and see how our leader's doing. Currently at a 1 minute 23 gap to second place. Just having a bit of a dominating run at this moment. Oh, now it looks like car 69, David Visser, has made it back on the track again. They had long repairs, looks like 38 minutes worth of repairs. Glad they're back on track. Unfortunately, they're just now in it for the sport as they are 27 laps back, and they've had some issues this race. Hopefully they could get some good laps in, get better for the next race. I keep seeing the 11 going red, meaning off track. Let's check to see if they're all right on that car. Paul Allen, they were having those braking issues. Let's see if it's been solved or if it's going to bother them for the rest of this race. I see him going gingerly into that corner. Oh, we have an update. The 193 is showing out. It had a crash. Let's see what happened. It's a case of overdriving it. Oh, I wonder if they've just something's given up on their system and they've just can't keep going anymore. Pedals, steering wheel or something, because they were having some issues. Just like the 11. The 11 been having some issues too. Let's keep an eye on that car for a bit. Oh, we have, you see there, looks like the issues are still continuing with the 11. I'd say probably best in show for that paint scheme, but not sure what's happening with Paul Allen on that one. If these keep continuing, maybe it might be time to bring him in, get Bill Edwards back in the car until Paul can sort out what's going on with what's going on there. Very thin there. That's a weird camera angle. Ooh, that was a close call. Looks like the number one still just flying out there. Now only 4 laps back. Yeah, see Josh Rayfield putting in some great laps. See the damage on the side of that car there. I think it looks pretty good that way, but it wasn't painted that way to start the race. Unfortunately, it looks like car 69 is back in the pit lane, showing that they had another crash out there, so their day just going from bad to worse. And we look at our leader in the GTE class. We have Ralph Connor still leading. Ralph Connor Jr. still leading the race in the Kia Simsport Racing team. Yet to see if he has a teammate. Like in this series, you do have the option of running 1, 2, or 3 drivers. Totally up to you. It's gotta be pretty crazy to run the whole race 4 hours by yourself, but it is doable. Just looking, it looks like we had another incident with Paul Allen. Check that out. See what happens. Coming into another brake zone. Wonder if it does look like there's something happening. Same corner as last time. Yeah, just going straight on. I think something's wrong on the settings on his braking, or because it's coming so intermediate. Some laps he hits it, some he doesn't. Hopefully, get that sorted. Just taking a look out front, we have car 77 still in the lead, but it looks like the gap is coming down slowly. We have car 14, Andy Fox, slowly catching first place car, but he does have 1 minute 19 seconds to make up. It's doable still. We still have 2 hours, 2 hours 23 minutes, 2 hours 22 minutes and change left to go. We have Paul Allen coming into the pit lane. I wonder if there's issues. Oh, and I do see it's popped on the screen there. You can see there, it looks like William Edwards is coming back into the car. So I wonder if it is issues with Paul Allen's pedals or something, because you could tell he was having some big braking issues. Just the car not wanting to stop, and if it did, it just locked up the wheels right away. So I'm not sure if there's a setting issue, something going on. Hopefully he get that sorted if he's hopping back into the car later. Everything else we do have. The third place, car number 1 in GTE, still looks like he's lapping at 1:58, still about a second faster than the fastest lap in the class. Fortunately, like I said, he's 4 laps behind the leader. So he's got a lot of time to make up. But if any car could do it, the last lap time for the leader in GTE, 2 minutes 2 seconds by Ralph. By then, and the car 1 is doing a 1:58. That's 4 seconds that lap he's made up. It's a lot of time to make up, but if you keep lapping 4 seconds a lap quicker than the guy in front, you'll make that time up. Just looking at my timing here, I think it gives it to me in time instead of laps. Car 1 is about 18 minutes behind. So that's a lot of time to make up, but it's doable. It's the amount of time we have left in this race. Is the one beauty of endurance racing, is the fact that if you do have a mistake early on in the race, you can make it up. And the car 11's back on the track. Like I said, William Edwards, or Bill Edwards, is back in the car. Let's hop on board with it. Let's check them out for a bit, see if was this an issue with Paul's setup, with his rig, and the car's back up to speed. Don't think Paul, with the issues that he was having, that didn't hit anything, so the car should be still in really good shape. And yeah, hopefully it's still running true. Just watching the 11 here, still looks like with that driver change, it did solve any issues that they were having. Car is looking good. putting in some good laps, and as I say that, I give them the curse, and one's a little wide going into turn one. I think we're going to hop off them now to hopefully not to cause them any more bad luck. Back on the 14 here. Let's just see if they make up any time. Oh, giving them the bad luck now. Hop on board with them, and they go wide on that corner. Before that, you could see that they were making up the time. So you see there, anytime it says pluses, that means the car won, or the first place car was slower. So lap 50, first place pulled away by 6/10. Lap 51, the car 14 gained 2.8 seconds. 52 gained another 5/10, gained another 6/10. It's pretty much even on lap 54. This lap is going to be a few seconds the other way. Running a little wide on that corner, but as you can see, it does look like Andy Fox is a bit faster at the moment. Just unfortunately is about 1 minute 24 seconds behind our leader. And I say we are in a part of the race where it is a bit spread out for the moment. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll leave the stream. We've run live. You just won't hear my voice for a little bit. If anything happens when I'm gone, I will come back. I will cover it when I come back, but I shouldn't be too long. Alright, I'm back from my break. Just the little throat just needed a bit of a rest from the speaking for a few minutes. Let's catch up, see where we're at. Looking at my list here, doesn't look like we had some pit stops. That running order still looks, yeah, we still have Race Clark out in front. Gap is now up to a minute 42 though. Not showing. Oh, it looks like the pit stops happened and we had, looks like Race had a 55-second pit stop, Andy Fox had a 59-second pit stop, in and out. It looks like the 14 car lost some time in the pit stops, now a minute 42 behind. Then we get up to the GTEs. Looks like we still have Ralph Connor Jr. in the car. Given when he pit last, he should be due to pit the next anywhere from about 3 to 4 laps. And he has a 2-lap lead over the next car of the 11 Ferrari from the S2R car. The S2R car did have some issues with Paul Allen. I'm not sure what was happening with it on that one, but looks like they've sorted out and they've been running some good times. Third still is, the number 1 Boring Cars Racing Corvette. In the hands of Josh Rayfield, still just lapping in some good times. Last lap was a minute 58, and our leaders is still at a 2:02, still 4 seconds a lap quicker. Just eating the time down as fast as they can. Then we have the Old Guy Racing Team. They're still in it. Looks like they're just popping in the pits at the moment. And then we have the Pioneer Racing Team still going. So we still have most of the field still running. Looks like you're still spread out a little bit, but it's in that middle part of the race where you gotta try to make sure you keep your concentration and don't make any mistakes. The longer you go through this race, the harder it is to make up for mistakes. Just looking in the chat, that we do have some people cheering on Bill on track. The Windsor saying, "Go Bill," and some nice comments from Ron and Mitchell. Looks like car 86 coming in the pit. Old Guy Racing. Looks like Michael Mooney's hopping out of the car. And looks like Ron Guyove. One day I'll get it correct. Is hopping back in the car. They've had some bad luck this race. Hopefully, it looks like they've sorted things out. They've been running good now. Just got to put some good time. Hopefully, get some good data for the next race. Get back out there and hopefully finish this race and get a better result next week or in 2 weeks' time. Speaking of 2 weeks' time, let's see if I did make the schedule up on here. Not sure how well this is going to come up on the screen, but let's go over. So we got a bit of a lull at the moment. We're just going to go. Let's see if this pops up. All right, correct. As you can see, we've got the schedule. As you can see, today's race, the first race of the season, was at Sebring International. In 2 weeks' time, November 21st, we're going to have the 4-hour race at the Circuit of the Americas. Followed by, on the December 5th, we're going to have the round 3 at Road America. Then December 19th is round 4 at Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans. Then round 5 is the big one. It's going to be the 12 hours of Daytona. So it's going to be the kind of the mini Daytona before the big Daytona that happens later on in that month. Then round 6 is at Circuit de Spa in Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium on January 16th, and the season finishes at Silverstone on February 13th for the 4-hour race at Silverstone. Anyone is eligible to come run, so anyone who wants to come run can run, and we'll be showing every race here live on the LPH TV YouTube channel. Hopefully we get better at this. This is only the second ever race we've ever done on this. Hopefully we're trying to get better every time. Any suggestions are welcomed. Any criticism are welcomed as well. Just trying to do our best and get better every weekend. And I have an update for first place, car 5 in the GTE class. You won't notice a difference on it. It still says CON, but there is a new driver in that car. Ralph Connor Jr. has hopped out of the car, and Phil Connor has jumped into the car. Looks like Phil will be running the last 2 hours of this race. See if they could finish this race out and keep the lead and go for the win. Just taking a look at the timing scoring, looks like we actually have a new entrant. He did practice, didn't qualify, but since he was in the room, like registered beforehand, looks like Daniel Quassard has entered the race. Only 65 laps down, but glad to see him coming out. Hopefully get some, not sure if something happened to prevent him from doing the first half of the race, but hopefully get some good time in, get some good data, and comes back in 2 weeks' time to race over at the Circuit of the Americas. Just comparing the lap times on the data on the lap times here, showing William Edwards or Bill Edwards running in second at the moment. He is running what looks like on average about a second a lap quicker than our leader Phil Connor. He is 1 lap behind. Looking at the map, he's about a lap and a half behind. But given a second a lap, just means one mistake on the 5 car and they're right back on the lead lap there, fighting for the win. Just looking at the number 1 car. They've been on a roll. They've been flying ever since they had their incident where that put them down 6 laps. Just looking at their lapping at about a 159 lap, leaders at about 202, and they are now only 3 laps behind. They have made up 3 laps already in just over an hour. That's looking good for them. Another 3 laps. It takes them about an hour. It's getting tight, but if they get back down the times of the 158s, and they sure could make a good push for the end there. looking and seeing like looks like the 77 is still pulling a bigger lead on the 14, but we're only about 2 laps away from pit stops, so maybe hopefully the 14 can make some adjustments, pick up some pace, and maybe we'll see if they can catch or run down the 77. just popped up an alert on my screen here. Looks like Ron has had an accident. Let's take a look. One of the ones, yeah, you can see the front end's a little beat up from an earlier wreck. Oh, just a little lazy spin. Nothing to really worry about on that one. And after the pit stops, it looks like, for the LMP2 class, looks like Peter Short has been able to lap Andy Fox so we got the 77 lapping the 14 in the pit lane. Looking at the pit stops, it looks like Peter Short, the 77 had a pit stop of 55 seconds and 55.9 seconds. Andy Fox had a pit stop of 1 minute 28.67. Oh, we had an accident there. Just noticed that. Andy Fox. Let's take a look on that one. It's like the closure rate didn't realize. Came up behind. Oh, and just tried to miss him, but ended up clipping him as he went by. Not sure who's at fault that one is. Just closure rate on that one. Then again, in LMP2, you know the closure rate on those things. You gotta be careful, especially in these long races. Now you may have some damage on the front of your car. So hopefully the 14 doesn't have too much damage on that car. It can keep driving. See if he gets a penalty for that one or not. That was a tough one to call, but I'll leave that for the race officials to decide on that one. Let's take a lap on board with the 14. Kind of just see how well the car's driving after that little bit of an incident. See you go from that very small cockpit of the LMP2. I'll hop on board the BMW Phil Connor. They call it Sunsport Racing. I'll take a lap around them. Just see how much bigger this car is compared to the prototypes. Look at how much you can see it of that screen. let's go from a nice BMW and we're gonna pop down, check out Bill Edwards, see what it's lap like on the Ferrari's like. And finally, let's round it out with the Corvette to see what that looks like to drive. Hop on board with Josh Rayfield for a lap. And there we are. A lap on board every single car that we have in the field. There is other cars available to race in this series. You have the Porsche RSR and the Ford GT. Just unfortunately, we don't have any of those cars in this race. Also, what looks like we have William Edwards has popped into the pits. Not sure if this is a scheduled pit. I'm not sure if he can. I don't think he can make it from the end to the end from here. I think he will have to come in one more time for a splash of fuel. I believe that the GTEs can do about an hour between pit stops. So I'm not sure if it's unscheduled or scheduled, because I know they had a few issues. So I'm not sure if that put him off the schedule. So he's back on track. A very quick pit stop at 33 seconds. So I think they just put some fuel in it. Fill her up with fuel and then have to come in for a splash later on near the end of the race. Oh, it looks like we have some trouble for our leader in the GTE class. Looks like he got a little wide and looped it around. Looks like he's going back all right. Ooh, pretty close with the 14 there. Take another look at what happened on that one. See the 11 come up behind him, trying to get a lap back. Oh, it just looks like he locked it up going into the corner. And then once it hits the grass, the car just kind of had a mind of its own and pirouetted. Good sportsmanship on his part to wait for the 86 to go by and not cause more of an incident. But he's back going. Good news for the 11. There, they've gained one of their laps back. So, yeah. With just an hour and 10 minutes to go, Phil Connor can make some mistakes like that, but he can't have too many like that. Having too many like that could cost him the win. Oh, I'm just saying that. I think I just stopped watching cars. With that, the 11 loops it. Looks like he carried a little too much speed through the apex and the back end broke loose. I've driven that Ferrari enough to that car enough to know that if you get in that car and you hit the power a little too quickly, it will just snap that rear end around. Watch the 14. Oh, it's getting quite hairy here, and almost getting into the 4th hour of this race. As you can see, we have car number 1, 3rd place overall. Are 3 laps back, but they are coming into their, looks like their last scheduled pit stop. It is going to be very tight on fuel for them to make the end of this race. The longest I usually seen was about a minute, or not a minute, an hour and about 3-4 minutes per stint for the GTEs, and we're at a minute, or an hour and 8 minutes left, so either they're going to have to save a lot of fuel, or they're going to have to make a splash right at the end of this race. we're quickly approaching the 3-hour mark, which marks 1 hour racing remaining. I'm going to do a quick rundown through the field, starting with our leader in overall. We have the car 77, currently driven by Peter Short, in the lead. He has a 1-lap advantage over second place in class and second overall, Andy Fox in the 14. Yeah, and they're both, looks like they're due. They should have 2 pit stops left. One should be coming the next about 4 or 5 laps, and then another one about 20 laps after that. Third place overall, and first in GTE, we have Phil Connor in the Kyoto SimSport Racing BMW car number 5. They currently have a 1-lap advantage over second place, and in their class, and 4th overall, William Edwards in the S2R Ferrari. Then the next one back is 4 laps back in 3rd place and 5th overall. We have Josh Rayfield in the Boring Cars Racing. They have a number 1 Corvette. Then we hop back to 4th in class, 6th overall. We have the 86 BMW. Currently Ron is in the car for Old Guy Racing. They've had a bit of a tough race this race, but it looks like they've come back strong. Next up we have, it looks like, the number 2 Corvettes in the pits. They've spent a lot of time in there as they're 20 laps down. Then we have Liam is currently out of the race. Then David is from the 69 back in the pit lane. He's 59 laps down. Surprisingly, the 194 did the first hour of the race and has come back to, I think, to finish the last hour of the race. Not sure if he had, I don't think he had 2 hours worth of repairs. Maybe something came up, rig issues or something. And finally we have Daniel Quassard in the number 6 Corvette, who ended up starting the race halfway through at about 2 hours, and it's currently 71 laps behind the GTE leader. Alright, and that's the field rundown. 1 hour to go, well, 59 minutes to go. Should see the GTEs coming in. The number 5 should be coming in any time now for their final pit stop of the race. And then shortly thereafter we'll see the LMP2s come in for their second to last pit stop. And then we'll see some, I believe, the 11 and the number 1 will have to do a splash and go before the end of this race. So seeing there, it looks like the number 2 still having some issues today. But just doing a lazy spin caused the 5 to hold up a little bit, which allowed the 1 car to kind of get up beside to try to fight to get one more lap back. But looks like unfortunately they weren't unable to get their lap back at this moment. They were running quite quick, the 1 car. They were doing the one, yeah, and they're back down to the 159s, but the 159.5, Phil's still doing about a 202. So he is a few seconds lap slower, but still, I don't think they have enough time to win the 1 car to come back and get back on the lead lap. But they might be able to. It looks like they're going to be solidly in 3rd for this race if they keep going on track and don't have any issues to the end of this race. Podium position's always nice. And just looking at the time laps, it looks like the 5 car could go. I believe they've done 2 pit stops. They should be able to go about 30 laps each. Pit stop, looking at them, they're at 89.5 laps. So they should be doing any lap now, and for their final pit stop of the race, that should be able to take them all the way to the end. So that's not what you want to have happen. Like, luckily, Phil has a lot of time in hand. He has over a lap in hand over 2nd place, but he's got to be careful not to be battling lap down guys. He needs to be able to put his head down, relax, and just take it home to the finish. Just checking back in with 1st place here. Looks like they're on the left. Peter's on the 20th lap of this stint. So he should be either in this lap or next lap if the trends continue from the beginning of the race. Not sure if Peter's going to finish the race off, and I believe Race is the other driver in the car with him. So we'll have to see after the pit stop, see if they change drivers or if Peter's going to take it straight to the end. And I think the 14 car, and there we are, 77's in. Let's check where the 14's at, see if he'll be able to get his lap back. I believe Andy Fox is driving this entire 4 hours on his own. That is a feat, especially at this track. This track is bumpy, it's rough, it's hard. Oh, and it looks like, is that Phil going off the track again? Yeah, it was Phil going off the track again. Not sure if the tires have given up on him, or if he got caught looking in the mirror and just kind of drove a little off the track. He does have clear track behind him for a bit. He'll be able to put his head down, just concentrate what's in front of him, hopefully get back in a rhythm, get back into this, and keep the car on the track. And yeah, Andy Fox is entering the pit lane, car 14's in, and looks like Phil's holding it tight, and yes, our leader in the GTEs is coming in. Should be his last and final pit stop of the race. Not sure if he's going to grab tires. He does have the time to grab tires. He does have a pretty big lead up at the moment. Let's see where, because we have Bill Edwards coming around about halfway through the halfway through on the lap. By the time he gets around, Phil should be able to maintain that 1 lap lead on second place. Just looking on my thing here, got an alert. Looks like second place in class, William Edwards. Looks like he's had a crash or a spin. Oh, gets a little wide coming into the corner. Drops the right rear wheel in the grass. Just goes for a lazy spin. Luckily kept it off the wall. Didn't hit anything. Might have put a little flat spot on the tire, but nothing worse from where. It's back going. Just lose a little bit of time, which isn't too bad. Could be worse. That is a very fast corner, and it's easy enough to, as I know personally, if you hit it wrong, it could throw you right off into one of those guardrails, and could give you a good about 30-minute repair time. Get an alert that looks like Phil Connor has had another off. Coming down that final. Oh, looks like another just spin. Wonder if this track is getting greasy. We're getting a lot of people spinning. It's coming into corners in both classes. Hopefully there's nothing on the track. And or it could just be we're getting later in this race. Concentration. That takes a lot of concentration to make sure you keep this car on the track for one lap. Imagine doing it for, in the case of some of these guys, like Andy Fox has done this for 3 hours and 17 minutes straight. It's a lot of ability to be able to keep in control that long for that much time, especially on this demanding track. Oh, looks like Phil got a little bit of an incident with that. The 194 P2 car. The 194 should be smarter than that. They are 80 laps down and almost taken out the leader in the GTE class. Just getting a little impatient for a car that is that far behind.
Evening, Bruce.
Hey, Ron.
Are we live?
Yeah, we're still live. Yeah, sorry, I was...
All right.
Yeah, how's it going? It looks like you and Mike have had a few issues today. We guys are still running strong,
a couple
though.
challenges with the right front, left front, and a couple walls, yeah.
Yeah. That turn one just earlier on in the race really gobbled you up.
Yeah, that bit me hard. That was a bad one. And then he hit the other corner.
Yeah.
Coming off of turn 15. And ding that up a little bit. And then I hit another one. I missed that turn 17. I missed that turn 17 2 times today.
Yeah, it is a hard corner, especially with how bumpy that corner is. Just the speed.
I think that's what it is. I get bumpy and I can't get it wound down when I hit the bumps and start losing the traction. And
yeah,
it kind of slides on over and tags the front right.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen a few cars today. This had a few replays, and you see that in turn 17 and in turn 1 because they're both quite bumpy because you're going from that concrete of the old runways to the asphalt. Just halfway through the corner you see the back end bounce and it just snaps around on you. It's such a fun corner, but you could lose it any second.
Yeah, we gave it the old college try today, but I don't think we're 14 laps down. We got all the repairs done again, and
yeah, well,
as long as Mooney holds on to it for the next 20 laps here, we should be fine.
Yeah, well, it's just you might have had a bad day with the car or in the driving aspect, but the actual race though, like we've got a pretty good car count this time. We only have 2 guys out of the race so far. And we're up because last race at the first race, exhibition race, we only had 8 cars start the race. This time we had 12, so that's got to be good on the series front for you.
Yeah, the series looks like it's pretty good. It looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. I hope everybody joins. They can go to nationalsimracing.com or National Sim Racing Association League in iRacing. Owner is David Visser, and they can apply to our league, and we'll let them in, and they can race with us every other Saturday.
Yeah, well, you also do have this is not only the only series you have. You do have multiple other series.
Yeah, of course we do. We have almost every night in the NSRA. The road group, we basically run from Saturday morning right now. This is if you started on Saturday, this is our first race. Practice starts at noon Eastern on Saturday morning there, and we follow that up. We're looking at Pro Mazdas right now. We're finishing up our Indy series at night. That's at 6 Eastern. 6 or 7 Eastern practice starts.
Yeah, and then you also have I don't know if you mentioned the GTEs on the Tuesday, and then the GT3 Sundays as well.
Yep, we run Sundays with GT3s. That starts at, the race is at 8 Eastern.
Yeah.
And then GTE we run at 9 on Tuesday nights Eastern.
And practice usually opens about, was it an hour or 2 hours ahead of time?
It's 2 hours right now, but next season we're going to drop it to an hour, I think. But yeah, we give you plenty of time to practice, come in and get used to the track and get out there and race with us. We don't push any away unless they're way too aggressive or just have no desire to learn the craft of simulation racing. It's a lot of fun for those of us that really dig in and try to learn it, try to get better. Yeah. Even if we do bounce off a couple corners at Sebring.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I've been racing with was it you, Mike, and a few of the others in the NSRA for a couple months now, and it's like, you guys are a really good group of guys, so if anyone's watching that wants to come join, they are a great group of guys that they do love motorsports in a very friendly, welcoming atmosphere to anyone of any skill level. So it's like you said, the hop on I'm gonna mess it up, but it's like the National Sim Racing Association on iRacing, and you also have your website that directs to your Facebook page, the NRSAroad.com. That will
NSRAroad.com will take you right to the Facebook page.
Yeah, and then from there, I believe all the information's on there that if they want to go, and I believe it's an open one. I opened it earlier today, so you could ask any questions. Everyone you got a lot of people that are on the Facebook group that allow you to ask questions and get involved, right?
Oh, absolutely. We've got our sister league, just the NSRA without the road. They also run a Wednesday night Cup series. If you like ovals, then they have a Friday night truck series. And we're talking about ramping up with a Formula One, the F1 2020 game.
Yeah.
Through the PC, we're talking about that for Monday nights. So
yeah, I saw a bit of that in the Discord. I saw the new thing pop up, and I was like, "Ooh, what's this?"
Yeah, there's always something going on, and we always talk about, well, we'll drop this series or pick this one up, and we just keep adding, and we don't seem to drop them, and we just keep driving. So
yeah, definitely. Like in car counts are going up, which is always a good sign. So then I think
we're picking up. Tuesdays are getting huge. Our Tuesday GTE race, I think we started with like 24 drivers in our first race. We're at week 14 this week, and we still have like 15 drivers every week running.
Yeah, I did see that. That actually leads me into something I was going to mention at the end of the stream, but with Ron, we're working on trying to get those GTE races put on here. They won't be live due to the big time difference between where I'm at and when the race goes on. I was supposed to get the last one up when you guys are in Sonoma. That one's coming soon. Unfortunately, I was ill this week, so I wasn't able to get that one recorded. But it is coming, and I'm hoping to get those up every week, usually hopefully a day or two after the race actually happens. So everyone be able to see every race. We're trying to cover more races for you.
Oh, that's great. We love you guys over there at LPH TV. It's great. Tell everybody in the race. I always tell everybody in our chat, come check you out. You guys actually have a few viewers today.
Yeah, I think our peak we hit 8 viewers, which doesn't sound like a lot, but for me that's the most we've ever had in the second ever broadcast we've ever had. So,
not bad at all.
Yeah, from this idea that came up, I think me and you chatted about something like this one time, and then I started creating it. So that way, it's a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be. So that's always a plus. I thought it was going to be a lot of fun, and it's just an extreme amount of fun. So.
Yeah, and we're right down in. There's a few of us in the lobby and a couple of guys down in the team chat rooms.
Yeah, and, I saw that. I didn't know. I didn't really want to jump in there and just start talking to everyone who's actually still racing. So.
Yeah, there's guys that are actually in their cars down in the lobby. So.
Yeah, that's why I just did.
You kind of have to. We can invite them up to the interview room though, and they can jump in there into the interview waiting, and you should be able to pull them from there.
Yeah, I think we've.
I'll make sure you have all the rights to do that.
I have tested that. It does work, but it's one of those ones still pretty new at doing this. Like I said, only second time ever broadcasting a race. So that will come in time to get these interviews. Like, you're the first ever interview I've ever done, so.
Hey, I made a record somewhere. I was first somewhere today.
I was going to ask you later on, because I was looking at it going, oh, I was going to ask you near closer to the end of the race when hopefully Mooney didn't need you to that, so glad you stopped by a little bit earlier. We are in the final stretches of the race. Like, we just crossed half hour to go, so it's...
Yeah, 29 minutes left. We're getting to the end.
Yeah, we have...
it looks like S2R might be catching Coyote.
Yes, S2R, looking at the times, because I got anyone who is watching, there's a link in the description for the live timing, the same live timing I see and commentate this from. You can tell the last lap time we have, they're only about half a... Oh, actually, scratch that. Last time for Phil in the 5 car and the leader is 2:02.87, whereas William, or Bill, is in a 2:01.9, so he's about a second quicker a lap at the moment. But I'm
not sure if he's going to have enough laps, but
yeah, I think they're going to run out of time. Same with that. You look at the boring cars, like the number 1 car in 3rd place. They were 6 laps down. Now they're only 2, but they are lapping in the 159s. They're the only GTE at the moment in the 159s.
Yeah, those guys are flying.
Yeah, they're flying.
Yeah, we've been watching them go by us on the track.
I'm not sure what happened to them though. Like, it didn't pop up that they crashed on my screen here because I got a nice events list.
Yeah, they sat in the pits for at least 15 minutes.
Yeah,
early on in the race.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. You can see, you take a look at the car, all the right hand side of the car is all scratched up. They've hit it off something, but it just didn't register. So I don't know where. I can't find the replay of it. So unfortunately, it's one of those mystery ones where.
We might hear about it in the Discord after.
Oh, I don't think they were.
You never know how vocal they're going to get.
No. The system that I run on this is very good. Anytime any car touches each other, I get a nice alert that they must have gone off and just kind of sideswiped a wall somewhere. I know what probably would happen is that, going into turn 1, there's that little wall that sticks out a little bit. That's where you could
I have hit it a couple times myself.
I sent myself to the moon the one time driving on that, just getting too close to it.
Well, Bruce, we're glad you're out here with your broadcast group. Hopefully, we get to see you. Every time we run these, it'd be great.
Yeah, I am.
And appreciate you being out there.
I am scheduled. Well, I'm making sure I'll get the whole 7-round series of this in. The 12-hour Daytona is going to be a little tough, but I'll make it work. I'm going to have to get some recruit some people for that one. Like, I'll just.
We threw that one in. Yeah, we threw that one in as a little petite Daytona, I guess you could call it.
I've kind of turned that one into the roar before the 24, so it's because they do the normal.
Oh, there we go.
The roar before the 24 is usually just the practice and that. Whereas on iRacing, why just do practice? Do a practice race at 12 hours.
I'll use it. I'm going to use it. We'll put it up there.
Not sure if
it'll be the Grandpa's Kitchen roar before the 24.
Yeah, not sure if it's trademarked, but we'll just we're not big enough for them to worry about us anyways.
We'll spell it wrong or something. We'll be fine. All right, Bruce. I'm going to jump back down to catch up with my teammate here. He seems to be sliding off track, so
no problem. Yeah, you
calm him down.
You guys have a good rest of your race, and thanks for stopping by for the quick little interview here.
Yep. It's good to talk to you.
Yep, nice to talk to you.
And welcome to all the fans out there. NSRAcares.com, still taking donations.
Yes.
Trying to get to our $1,000 goal by the end of the year, anyway. But if you weren't aware.
Yes, definitely. I was going to mention that as well. And yeah, Ron just mentioned as well. NHR and not NHRA. I keep mixing those up every once in a while.
NSRA, almost the same. Yeah. We're faster.
Yeah, definitely faster. And we could turn left and right, like it's. But yeah,
those NHRA guys, they seem to like straight line race.
Yeah, I'll make sure that's in the description for next week. I'm trying to make sure that link's in there. That way, if anyone wants to donate, it's going to a good cause. And Ronald McDonald House, isn't that correct?
It is. Yeah. It's Ronald McDonald House Charities, and they jumped on with us for our All-Star race back in August. And we kept the link open. We're going to keep it open until the end of this calendar year. So if anybody wants to throw a couple nickels in and help us, we got a 56% of our goals. So
that's great.
We're getting there. We'd like to get a little more.
it is a tough year for everybody, but if any little bit helps, and it goes to a good cause, so that's always a good sign.
Yep, those guys help families all over the world, and we wanted to find a charity that worked with families, and that was the one that got the nod. So they've been great, helped us with a website, and it's been really good working with them.
That's good. Alrighty, so I'm gonna let you go now. So you go back, keep Mooney on track for the rest of this race, because we know how good it is sometimes.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thanks a lot.
No problem. Have a good one. Yeah, so speaking with us there was Ron. He is teammates with Mooney in the old guy racing team. He is one of the admins for the NRSA, as you mentioned. Also, I think it was David Visser, and I know Michael Mooney. I'm probably missing one. I think there's 4, maybe 5 of them. But they do a really good job. So, and like you see, this race is going on. It's a nice race. It's very clean. We don't have much contact, so it's always a good sign. Alright, let's check on our leaders. I believe the LMP2s are coming in, have one more pit stop to go. They are in their final pit stop range. So any time now they could come in. I believe all they need is a splash of fuel and go, because they will be approximately, I think they're about 18 minutes short on fuel. So they just come in. Then we also have to watch William Edwards and Josh Rayfield, second and third. They are making ground up on first place, but I believe they still have to come in for a splash of fuel. The S2R guys, they came in about, I think they came in at about 2 hours 40 minutes. So they're about 20. So I think they'd be about 20 minutes shy on fuel. And the Boring Cars #1 Corvette, they came in, I believe it was about 8 minutes shy of the hour, so they're about 8. They should be about 5 to 8 minutes or short on fuel, unless they really have been saving fuel. But looking at their lap times, I do not think that's the case. They've been running a blisteringly pace, averaging about a 1:59 lap. Looks like they had one bad lap. They might have gone off track a little bit, but the last lap is about 2:13, so I'm not sure what happened there. But we also have. But normally they're in about the 1:59s. William Edwards is in the low 2:01s, and then we have Phil Connor in the mid 2:02s. They are catching per lap. I just don't think they have enough time to catch them for the rest of this race. So as long as Phil keeps that Kyoto Simsport Racing BMW on track, going straight forward, he should be our winner. But look at that. Look right on the bumper already. We have the S2R car coming back to try to get his lap back. If he gets past him, that means he'll be on the lead lap. 2 minutes behind, but on the lead lap. And all it would take is one spin or a little off track by Phil, and could upset it and put that race victory in doubt. And we also have up in front, we'll keep an eye on this, but we have the 2 LMP2 cars are still the 2 that are running. That the attrition on that class has been about 50% this race. That is a hard car to drive, and even a hard track, so it does take a lot out of you. Peter Short still holding a 1 lap lead on Andy Fox. I think Peter's going to make it to the end of the race. I don't think they'll do a driver change with about 10 or about 15 minutes to go. But Andy, gotta commend it to Andy. As far as I know, I don't think I saw another driver in that car all race. 4 hours in an LMP2 car at Sebring. That has got to be commended on its own. And coming home second, that's an accomplishment. Oh, and we have the number 6 car around. Luckily, our leaders get around him all right. And we now have the GTE, the number 11 is now back on the lead lap. Like I said though, 2 minutes behind, but all it takes now, we have 20 minutes. That if Phil runs clean, he'll be alright, but if he has another couple spins, because we did see him struggle last hour with some spins, and getting involved with a few of the prototypes as they come by, he could be in a little bit of trouble. hopefully he stays clean. He come bring it home for the win. Just to take a look at the splits per lap time, we have, you could see, not sure if it's just Phil has kind of backed it down, knowing that he does have a 2-minute lead. But he's usually about a second a lap slower than our second place car. So, but unfortunately, being a second lap slower, or the 11 being a second lap faster, you would need 200 laps to catch up. If I do my math right, nah, it's probably way off. But that would be what am I thinking? 60 seconds. That's 120 laps. Oh, been a long day. Yeah, so he does need a mistake on Phil's part to be able to take the win, but coming home second on lead lap is still is a good accomplishment, especially on this track. We are looking now at the LMP2. They have to come in for one more pit stop. I think Peter's going to go by this time, but because they can average about 20 laps clean on a stint. This is lap 20 of this stint. So that means he should be in this time by. And as long as he comes in clean, goes out, oh, little sketchy on that one. He can't get away with too many of those because only the 1 lap lead, and it takes 1 lap 2 minutes. It means if he puts it in the wall, damages the car, he could still lose this race. As long as he keeps it clean, he will be the winner in this class. But they still have to come in and out of pit lane, and coming into pit lane is hard because you have to, on that final turn 17 of this track, very tight, very bumpy, or very wide, but you have to keep it very tight, which is even bumpier on the inside. And it's like, I feel like we were talking with Ron, it is very easy to spin on that corner and cost yourself a lot of time. And like I said, at that 20 lap mark, we have Peter Short coming in for a final pit stop. Should only be a splash of fuel, only needs 15 minutes worth of fuel, which isn't much. And then we have Andy Fox probably coming in this lap, should come in this lap as well. Actually, he stretched this one to 22 laps. Pretty impressive for this run. He should come in, and he will need just a splash of fuel to get him to the end of the race as well. You can see all that, the front of that car is caked in rubber. It's been a long, tough race for these guys. Just taking a look at the number 11 car. They came in for their final pit stop, and they changed drivers. Bill Edwards came out of the car, and Paul Allen's going to take this to the finish. Hopefully he's got that braking issue taken care of. And yeah, just has to drive it nice and smooth, take it home for a second place finish. Good job for those guys today. You see right in front, I believe that's the 69 of David Visser. He's had some trouble today. As you can tell, that car's been a little beat up, but glad to see he still managed to get around there at this time of the race. And then Andy Fox is in the pit lane right now, coming in for his final splash of go. But as you can tell, our leader, the reason why he's the leader, look at that car, not a scratch on it. Stayed out of trouble all day. And just, those guys have run a good clean race. And that car looks just like the 11. That car looks spectacular with that paint job. Ooh, tight moments there for both our leaders in the GTE class. So we had the number 2 loop it around right under the bridge. Very blind spot to begin with, then with a GTE car. Luckily both our leaders managed to get through there without a scratch on either one of their cars. I was lucky on everyone's part. Good heads-up driving by the two prototype leaders. Not sure what happened there. Let's see if I can catch a replay on this one. Looks like we saw the 11 off track. It's coming in. It's getting a bit of that lockup issue we had earlier today. Ooh, slight bump, but don't think that caused much damage. But just a little, 10 minutes to go. Nice to hold it on. I raced against Paul a few times. Very good driver. Doesn't really make mistakes. I'm not sure if he has something with the brake pedal today, but he's doing a good job anyways. Him and Bill coming home at this moment second. Doing a really good job with that car. And like again, car looks fantastic.
Hey, Bruce. We got Bill up here in interview waiting for you. You can pull him up. Chat with our GTE second place car.
Yeah, no, I saw your message and I was just trying to do that. I'm never pulled anyone up before, so I'm just trying my. All right, here we go. Let's see if I can move to live booth. Hello, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Bill. Looks like you guys are running second now. Like I've seen you guys have been running a good race today. How's it been going from your end?
It's not terrible. Definitely happy with our second place so far. Hopefully we can hold on to it. I know Boring Cars Racing there, they've been just flying, gaining laps back on us, but we've been holding on to it.
Yeah. I know. I was gonna say I've been looking at the lap times. You guys are like they were running a bit quicker than you, but the last about half hour or so, you guys have been running neck and neck time wise, and you both been closing in on your leader. So I think unfortunately you need about 45 minutes to be able to catch them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know we were a couple laps down there. I ran a double stint. We didn't take any tires, and just been pushing it, running like 201, something like that. And I know we had a couple opportunities where we pressured Philip when he was out there, just to kind of hoping maybe he could make a mistake or something, and got us back to the lead lap at least. But the rest we're gonna need a little luck.
Yeah. Yeah, I know we saw that. I was going to say, in the chat, there's not a lot of messages, but I think it's about 60% of the message all for you guys to be winning out there. So
Nice.
you're the fan favorite for this race, gotta say. And I think you guys did win, even in my opinion. It's the best looking car out there on track. Just that paint scheme.
Thank you.
And I also have a little sweet spot for the Ferrari, so.
The funny thing is, this is fatalconcepts.com. That's me, and I like doing those paints. But fun fact is, we were supposed to be running the Corvette today. We had a set up all ready to go with the Corvette. I joined in, picked the wrong car, and so we kind of had to put a quick one together here with this Ferrari.
Well, I was going to say, for just putting that together last minute, you guys did an amazing job today. Like, I know I've mentioned with Ron that this is a tough track, especially on, I know it's only sim racing, but it is tough on the arm, especially with all these bumps back to that force feedback.
Yeah, this track's a handful, that's for sure. It's tight. Yeah. Everything looks kind of flat. It's really easy to slide off. Just a lot of turns, a lot of tight turns. So.
Yeah, a lot of tight turns, especially, and also when you get to that big runway section, that is probably one of the bumpiest sections on any racetrack you'll find.
Yeah, we got kind of lucky with our setup here, and it's okay. It handles the bumps pretty well. As long as you baby a little bit around there, it seems to hold on just fine.
That's good. Alrighty, yeah. So I'm gonna say I'm still pretty new at this interview thing, so I'm not sure. I don't have any more questions for you, but just anything else you wanted to say? One thing I did notice, I know because I've raced against you and Paul a couple times, and I was like, I noticed Paul had a couple issues with some braking. Was there an issue with his pedals or that earlier in the race?
Yeah, he wasn't for sure what happened there. He did. I went in and took over that. He kind of cut his stint short because he was having a really hard time braking. I know he hopped out of the session and did some mess around with his pedals, unplugged them, plugged them back in, recalibrated everything. Went in, did a test session on his own, and then seems to have got it taken care of because he seems to be doing just fine now.
Yeah, because when I saw that, I was like, that's quite uncharacteristic for him to, I can see a lock up here or there, but I think there was a lap where he's about 2 or 3, and I was like, that doesn't look right because driving against him a few times, he doesn't do that very often, so.
Yeah, he was saying that he had the 2-foot stand on the pedals, and he was still using the engine to downshift. So
yeah, because especially coming out some of those tighter corners, in those long straights, it just didn't look like the car wanted to stop.
Yep. Yeah, I think he's got that fixed, so hopefully we can take her home to the end. At least hold this second spot finish at the least here.
Yeah, it looks like you're gonna do that. We're on the final lap now too, so we're just finishing this up.
Oh, excellent.
So, yeah. I was going to say, just because we're finishing that up, I thank you for coming over for an interview. We'll be here doing this all season. Hopefully I'll get a little bit better at it, and then still trying to work out all the kinks of this.
So anybody that can talk for 4 hours straight and find things to talk about, you got my vote, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. I think I'm talking about 80% of the time now, so I'm like... got some work to do, but
Right.
no, I'm
So
just
I
trying
do got to give a shout out to.
of course.
Gotta give a shout out here to NSRA.com or NSRAleague.com, NSRAcares.com. That's if you want to go in there. I know they're still accepting donations. We're gonna probably have that going for a while here.
Yeah, Ron mentioned that was
for our
going to the end
charity
of the
side
year.
of things. Yep. Gotta give a shout out here to Paul Allen. Now he's got his brakes working. Looks like he's tearing it up. So.
Yeah.
Yep. What else here? S2R, my race team.
Yeah.
And I also got to say, Ron McDonald's House, our sponsors, and Grandpa's Kitchen. And I got to say hi to my mom.
Of course.
And actually, hi mom, hi Michelle, hi Emma. That's my kids, and my girlfriend. And gotta say thanks to them for allowing me to take a couple hours on a Saturday and do this fun stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And I could say right now, it looks like Paul has just fit across the line now, so you guys have officially come in second place this race. Good job today.
Excellent. We'll take it. That's for sure.
Alrighty. So hope you guys going to be around in 2 weeks' time at COTA?
Yeah, we'll be here. We should be here for all of them one way or another.
All right. Sounds good. Alrighty. I'll let you go celebrate there with the good race there with Paul.
All right, thanks, man.
No worries.
Can't wait to watch it. I'm sure the broadcast is fantastic. I know the last one was really good.
Yeah. All right. So I'm not sure if you pop out or do I move you back down. So
I'll just move myself. It's all good.
Okay, you do that. Perfect.
Thanks.
All right. Have a good. All right. So that's the end of the race we have there. Let me see if I can pull the results up. We're going to pull this up here, so we're just going to go over the results quickly. And we did just speak to Bill Edwards, second place in the GTE class. But we do have... Oops, I don't think that's the qualifying results. Let me get the race results on here. Get the right button pressed. Still a bit of a new system for me. So yeah, so here we go. So first place overall is Incentech Endurance. That was Peter Shore and Race Clark. They've taken the overall win with a 2-lap advantage.
Just want to make Peter proud.
What?
Sorry about the no warning there, but there's your winners.
I was just announcing that your winners. So we do have it. We have our race winners. Peter, and is that Race? I've been hoping I'm pronouncing it. Oh, perfect. I didn't know if I was pronouncing your name wrong. All Race or not. Congratulations, guys, on the race win. Looks like you won it by 2 laps. It's a great race for you guys. You guys look like you were running clean and fast all day.
Yeah, it was a fantastic race. I mean, the first stint was awesome. Calvin was so fast right there out of the gate, and I think he got a little bit of a penalty on his car and speeding on pit road, and we also decided to double stint our tires under that first stint, so that gave us a pretty big advantage, and we were able to hold on to that, and I was able to go over to Race, and Race, who put in a stellar run, 0 incidents for Race here today through 2 full stints.
Yeah, that's an accomplishment, especially on a track like this. I did notice that. That was one of the things I picked up right away was that first stint after the first round of pit stops, and I realized, I was like, you guys are much farther out in front. And I was like, yeah, it must have been you guys double stinted tires, and I think you were the only car to double stint tires for the majority of that race.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think it probably would only have worked for that very first stint because the track temperatures were still relatively cool, which of course helps save tires. And I was talking with Race there about under his stints about him possibly double stinting, and I was like, I just don't think the track has the ability to double stint tires. I mean, it was even questionable for us when we double stinted tires under that first stint, but we wanted to kind of flip the table, if you will, with the other team, the Boring Cars Racing 193, such that we could kind of lead and let them chase us and possibly force them into a mistake. And it seemed like they made that mistake on pit road.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, I didn't catch that when I just noticed they came through and I just didn't catch that. I just thought it was a regular pit stop for some reason, but yeah. And then you guys I think you guys are one of the rare cars out there that didn't hit anything all race that I noticed.
Oh, we had our moments.
Yeah. Well, I saw a few where you put a tire off here, tire off there, but
Yeah, there was 2 incidents today that somehow did not derail our race. We caught up both happened while I was in the car. First one happened during the first couple stints, where I caught a BMW who got stuck in the fence in turn number 1.
Oh, that was...
And
yeah, saw that. I remember that now. Yeah, I thought you just missed him, but yeah, that was Ron that caught the inside of the wall.
yeah, and so I had to make some evasive maneuvers to avoid the car stuck in the wall.
Yeah.
And luckily we were able to avoid them and didn't get a lot of damage from that. And then we had another one just after I got in the car for the second time, where a Corvette was, I think, letting me by and either got on the gas a little bit too much or something, but spun across our nose, and we went spinning. Oh. And, at that point I thought we were done. It was pretty heavy contact. And somehow the iRacing gods gave us literally 0.1 second of optional damage.
Oh, that's
so.
Because I know you did have that close call.
We had a couple things go our way.
Yeah, you had a close call right at the end of the race, about 20 minutes to go. Going under that bridge, there was the number 6 Corvette. I saw both you and the 14 just have to slam on the brakes to avoid smacking into them. Yeah,
well, it's one of those things where you come up on a stricken car, and you expect them to kind of hold the brake.
Yeah.
And if you expect them to do anything, you expect them to go forward. So I was kind of aiming for the back half of the car, and then all of a sudden it started reversing, and then I really had to slam on the brakes to avoid any contact. But luckily, we were able to get it stopped in time. And gotta say, Race jumping into the car was awesome. Jumped in. He bought the car this morning. So Race.
Wow.
Gotta say, what were your first impressions of the car, Race?
Yeah, I bought the car this morning. That's kind of my fault. I meant to practice all week and just didn't. And so I bought it this morning, did a few laps. With me and Peter had like a version 1 setup that was really tight on entry. So I'm not sure how much I was actually learning. And then Peter, and I mean, I was lucky to inherit an 80-second lead, but I was able to expand on it, so I didn't feel like a paperweight, thankfully, and didn't wreck it. And I was just really glad Peter invited me. I'm glad all my friends watched. That was really fun. Appreciate y'all streaming y'all's broadcast.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, you were right on pace there. I think you were, like, for getting the car this morning, I would never have guessed that. I would have guessed you would have practiced all week. That's how comfortable you looked in the car from my point of view.
Yeah, I will say our setup was very drivable. I could drive all the corners pretty confidently. So other than that, it was kind of just managing the bumps, and kind of what it threw at you. And I didn't really have to navigate any crazy traffic. I didn't have, Peter had to avoid incidents. I thankfully didn't have much of that. Just a few swerves and maybe some interesting places to pass. But other than that, my stint was pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah, it's always kind of what you want in these long races, just to have a nice, long, clean stint where, you don't get those ones where the cars jump out in front of you.
Definitely.
All right, are you guys going to be making it for the next race in COTA in 2 weeks' time?
Oh, man, COTA's my home track, so I'm definitely going to be there.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have to defend your win today, so...
But. Yeah, and I think Race will be there. We're hoping we can get maybe one more to kind of, one more in the Eisentech clan. There's about 6 of us who we all kind of run very interspersed throughout the week.
Yeah.
And but kind of hoping we can get some more on for the 4 hours of COTA. I'm looking forward to it.
Perfect. I'm going to say, just before I let you guys go, is there anyone you want to thank or anyone you want to mention just while you're on?
Well, I of course want to thank Race for jumping on board with this with me. He joined the NSRA league a couple of weeks ago. Thanks to Drew Eisen for the paint scheme, for sure. Definitely a fantastic scheme. And thanks to my Bombshell Racing teammates. I actually kind of inherited one of their setups from another race that I did as part of that team a couple of months ago. And was able to kind of modify that and got us to where we were with a really comfortable setup. So big shout out to them. And Race, you got anyone?
I'd like to shout out to my friends who watched. We got, a bunch of Nadine, Sean, Michael, Chris, all kinds of people I'm going to forget. But everybody who watched, I'd like to thank y'all for streaming. Bob for hosting the league, Peter for letting me race with them. Peter's super fast, so it's always like I wanted to do him proud, so I'm glad I did, and I appreciate Drew making the car look good. Just right tuned in.
Perfect. Yeah, and well, again, congratulations, guys, on the first victory of this series. So you officially are the new points leaders. Yeah, and hope to see you next round at Coda.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not really sure how this Discord thing works, so I'm going to try to move you guys back to the lobby, but hopefully you go there.
I got you.
I got you.
Okay. All right, I don't see our GTE winners in the chat, so I don't think we're going to be able to grab those guys. The only other guys left there, we've already spoken to Ron and that, so yeah, so I think we'll start wrapping it up here. Thank you everyone for watching today. Hope the stream was good. I'm trying to improve this every week. Hope we'll get better as the season goes on. Still pretty new with the systems, but yeah, as you can see, we have the results up there. Car 77, our winners, Peter Short and Race Clark. Second place overall. I wish I got a chance to talk to him. Andy Fox did the full 4 hours on his own in an LMP2 car. That is an amazing drive on his part. We have the Connors coming in first on the Coyote Simsport Racing. Phil and Ralph. Then we've spoken to Bill Edwards, and then Paul Allen. They come home second in the GTE cars. Then we have, I believe it was Morgan Butler, I believe, and Josh Rayfield coming home third overall in the GTEs. And then we have 6th overall and 4th in class is Michael Mooney and Ron Gaivo. They had a bit of a rough time today, but they managed to make it to the end. Then next up we had the Pioneer Race Team of, who was in that one? That was Nigel and Ben Mashburn. They had another one, the rough race, but they made it to the end. That's all that matters. The EOL Racing of David Visser. He did another one, did the whole race on his own. Good shot on him. And then we had the 193. They ended up leaving about 2 hours into the race. David Quassard, he joined about halfway through the race, and then the rest of the teams down there, they didn't make it to the race. But yeah, so I hope to see everyone in 2 weeks' time. We'll be streaming from the Circuit of the Americas. The stream should start. It's 6 p.m. my time in the UK, so I believe that's about 1 o'clock Eastern for everyone in the US and in Canada. So hope to see everyone next week, or in 2 weeks' time, sorry. Keep an eye on this channel if you want. We are trying to get more of the NRSA road races. Next week they have a fun mix and race. Let me see what they're running. Last week they ran the Pro Mazdas. Next week it is Oran Park in the SCCA Spec Ford. It is a 90-minute race. That one won't be live on here, but I'm hoping to get it tape delayed, so we'll have it on the channel afterwards. But that is it for today. Hope everyone had a good time watching the stream. Everyone have a good day, and stay safe.